Hi all, once again, good morning and welcome to today's session. Hope I'm audible. And you should be belonging to June 22 SET 3 NCS CIS Linux A batch. Okay. Yeah, just give me one more minute. CIS network as well. May I know who's your batch owner? Those who joined from CIS network. Gaurav. Okay, just hold on. All right, yeah. So just for today, I think there are folks from two different batches. So apart from the Linux batch, so the batches present over here should be from June 22 SCT3 NCS Linux A, as well as June 22 SCT3 NCS Network A. Yes. Thanks for the confirmation. So from today onwards, I think the WebEx link for the network batch will be changing. And for the Linux batch, it is going to be the same. Since both of the batches will be having the first day as same topic, maybe they might have clubbed it together for today. So first of all, welcome you all to the FP program training, foundation program training. Isn't it this the first day for your training? Yes. Okay. For stream, this is the first day. So you all had a generic program training as well? Yeah. Then it's fine. So which programming languages have you learned after coming to Infi? Java and DBMS. Fine. All right. Is DBMS a programming language? No, it is a software. So I think all of you would be having different queries regarding what is the stream, what are you going to learn. We will answer as many of them as possible by covering today's topics as well. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Jisna Joseph, and I am part of CIS ETA Academy. And I'll be here to guide you in the learning about what is CIS as well as what is ITIL. That is today's topic. And the platform in which that you're going to refer for the study purposes, Lex. You should be already aware of it since you have already undergone generic program training. So we'll quickly start the session, and while covering the topics, most of your queries will be answered. So right away, I'm not going to answer each and every question. As in when we start learning about this, you will get your questions clarified. Let me start sharing the screen. Hope the screen is visible as well for you. Thanks for the confirmation. So these are the two batch people who belong to the session now for today onwards. Just for today. And the course name that we are gonna cover today is ITIL. So along with this course, I'll briefly introduce you about what is CIS. The full form, I hope all of you might be already aware of. It has three parts: cloud, infrastructure, and security. CIS is Cloud Infrastructure Security Services. This is a unit in Infosys. As you are aware of, our organization comprises of various units for handling various activities, and I hope you would have already interacted with some of the units. When you had the interview and selection process, you would have interacted with the HR team, and after coming to the campus, you would have interacted with people from ETA who helped you in the learning process, and soon you will be interacting with the L&D team, which takes care of the soft skills. And once you move into production, you would be interacting with production folks there are various units available. CIS is one of the units. And is CIS one of the unit that is available from the starting of the Infosys? No. CIS unit has been started from the year 2014 onwards, and it is one of the largest unit in our organization. And these are the three main areas that is being taken care by the CIS unit: cloud computing, infrastructure services, as well as cyber security services. So these are the three main areas that is handled by the CIS unit. Now, are you all aware of these three activities? What is cloud, infrastructure, and security? All right. So I will briefly address you about these three aspects of CIS. The first one is cloud. I'm sure that all of you would have at least heard of this term. What is cloud? In the literal meaning, cloud is something that you can see, which is near to the sky, right? Now, coming to the technology aspect, cloud or cloud computing is the usage of both hardware as well as software services getting stored in the internet. Have you heard of something known as ISP? What is it? ISP is Internet Service Provider. So, what is the responsibility of Internet Service Provider? Based on whichever plan you have opted for, you will receive Internet services. Some of the Internet service providers include Airtel, BSNL, Jio. So, Internet service provider gives you Internet service. On a similar note, there are cloud service provider. What do cloud service provider offer? Cloud services. One example of cloud service that most of you might be using is Google Drive, OneDrive, mail services. If you are someone who using Windows operating system, you would be using Microsoft Office Suite, which includes Excel, Word document, PowerPoint, etc. All those are part of the cloud. Even WhatsApp as well, wherein you will be, if you are storing the data backup to a cloud service provider, maybe to OneDrive, then yes, all of them are example of cloud computing services. So that is the first part, cloud. Storing of the data in the cloud, availing the computing power from the data centers that is hosted by the cloud service provider. The major cloud service providers include Amazon, you would have heard about AWS services, Google Cloud Computing, GCP, Amazon, Google, Microsoft has Azure, and then there is IBM Cloud, VMware services. There are a lot of cloud service providers. So with the help of with which you can create a virtual machine, you can get platform services, you can get software services, and so on. So it is not just about storage, it is about receiving the computational power, computational capability, networking capability, storage, DBMS services, and many such. So it is cloud computing is the one of the prevalent technologies which will help you get both hardware as software services over the internet. Is my voice breaking? So Kunal, just check your internet connection. Okay. So I hope the first part of CIS cloud is clear. Moving on, next is infrastructure. Infrastructure also might be well-known term for you. So what comes in picture when you hear the term infrastructure? Yeah, you might be thinking about the building, platform, and so on, right? Now, coming to the technology aspect, and infrastructure is the backbone of all the services. When you are dealing with huge enterprises like our organization, infrastructure means the availability of the hardware and the resource persons which manages them. For example, there will be a lot of hardware devices that are available, including the computer systems, data warehouses, data center, lots of laptops, and lots of phones. There will be lots of devices, and in order to make sure that all of the devices should be able to communicate to other devices, there will be a proper networking available, maybe with the help of LAN, WAN, or broadband services, and make sure that all the protocols are in place. Like within the organization, there will be certain restrictions to access open internet. You will be having certain limitations in downloading certain software and keeping it in your system. Only the approved software can be installed. So all these activities will be taken care by the infrastructure unit. All right. So that is the infrastructure aspect. And the third one is security services. Protocols mean rules and regulations. Next, the third part of CIS and the most important one of the most important one is the security services. Security services play an important role in securing all the aspects, be it physical security, software security in the internet marketplace, and so on. Have you heard of something known as virus attacks, worms, malware, ransomware attack, etc.? Yes. Phishing attack, hacking, yes. So these are various forms of attacks, and there is the DOS as well as DDoS service attacks, which is distributed denial of service. So there are various types of attacks that are available, targeting organizations, its computing capability in order to damage the data, as well as in order to decrease the business that they have. Various forms of cyber attacks are available. So security services takes care of the security aspects, including taking proactive measures to prevent all the cyber security attacks, to secure the data, and making the services available to the authenticated users, and so on. So right from the application development stage itself, throughout in the life cycle of the application development, security services play an important role. So I hope now you have an overall idea about these three aspects of the CIS unit. Good. So I have explained about CIS. Since most of you have doubts about what is this in your batch itself. Now, in the CIS unit, for the training perspective itself, there are various classification. Network, you will be more learning about the network aspect. Linux, yes, you will be learning about Linux server administration and related topics. Apart from this, there are other units available in CIS itself, including EUC, database, Windows, cloud, etc. So you will be learning about them shortly. What are you going to learn throughout this FP training? You will be going to learn about it later. So I hope CIS introduction is clear. And the course name that we are going to cover is ITIL. So we'll learn more about ITIL in this course. And for those who are interested in learning about CIS, I will share you the Lex course links. ITIL we are going to see, just hold on. I haven't started explaining about it. So in order to learn about CIS overview, you can refer the course with the title CIS overview. You can search for this course name on Lex. And in order to learn about the ITIL, you can refer to the course ITIL Awareness. This is the course link. I'll definitely gonna share it with you. Yeah, I will share it in the first break. Now let me just share the screen and show you these courses on Lex. So the first course wherein you will get to know about the CIS unit is CIS Overview. So here you can see the full form of the CIS unit, Cloud Infrastructure and Security Services. There is a beautiful quote given over here. If you have built castles in the air, your work need not be lost. That is what it should be. Now put the foundations under them. So CIS unit takes care of both having the data available in the cloud as well as building the foundations. That is taken care by the infrastructure side. So this will give you an overall idea about the CIS unit activities, how diverse the undertakings and the vendor alliances, and how a CIS unit helps in the digital transformation, and what is the approach that is taken care by this. So they run, modernize, migrate, and secure application. Run is with the help of having automation facilities, modernizing the application. There are lots of practices that helps in the modernization of duties, and migrate. There will be before the usage of cloud, the applications might be having the data being stored on premise, not on cloud. And nowadays, most of the tech stack, most of the companies are trying to move their workload to cloud. So the CIS unit helps in the migration activities from on-premise to cloud and for improving the services which are available in the cloud as well. And the security aspect, which helps in securing the data and the associated accesses. And these are some of the key engagements of the CIS unit. So what you see over here are some of the clients. Some of the client names you can see over here. So for these clients, which are the services that is being offered from Infosys side? As you can see, if you consider the account, say BMW, Infosys supporting infra apps. And for Harley Davidson, it provides supports for all of this. Service desk compute, infra apps, network, data center hosting, transform, tools automation, security services. And for Hitachi, it provides process and service now capabilities. So likewise, this is just a snapshot of some of the clients. There are a lot more clients involved. Next. Yeah. So this is the brief about a high-level overview of the undertakings of the CIS unit. So it helps in operate, transform, and secure the services. The major categories include data center. In the data center itself, it takes care of server storage operating system, hypervisors, and hybrid cloud. As you can see over here, these are the classification. In the first part, server and storage services, private public cloud, data recovery and backup services, data center design, build and migration, managed hosting. These are some of the services that is being taken care by the data center. Have you heard about data center before this? At least you would have heard about data warehouses or server rooms, Google data center, yes. So data center deals with various servers, hosting applications, there will be file storage, use of data storage, and so on. So that's why some of the services are listed over here. So there will be servers, server racks, and for connecting different parts, there will be network. Network, we will see. And there will be the usage of virtual machine in order to help in using virtual machine. There will be something known as hypervisor. It is a software which helps in running the virtual machine. Some of you might have heard about some hypervisors. The most popular hypervisors include Hyper-V Manager, VMware, Oracle VirtualBox, and in Linux, KVM, etc. Hybrid cloud is the usage of private and public cloud, and this also deals with data services. Data center deals with data services. So data about how many application users are using, all those will be stored in the database. And in the event of something which is unprecedented, say there is a network delay to one server, or if there is some unknown calamity going on in one area in which data servers are located, there should be backup services. If the data is critical, it should be backed up. Yeah, standby. So that deals with backup services. And once the data center comes back, once the server comes back, the data from the backup need to be migrated back to the original server. That is data recovery. And throughout this process, the end users may not be expecting a delay. They are not expecting server down messages. So we'll have to keep the data downtime or the application downtime as minimal as possible, even in adverse events. So all this will be taken care by the data center activities. Second one, network. So in the network, of course, as you know, the interconnectivity between the various computing devices is being taken care. Some of them are listed over here. And if you're wondering what is SDN, it is software defined network. And end user compute. End user compute deals with desktop and collaboration services, which means when new joinees are coming, or if the role of an employee changes, they should be allocated with computers. They should be allocated with access to certain services. All this will be taken care by end user compute. DB management, mainframe, workload, SAP, DevOps services, all this comes under the infrastructure applications aspect. So here in the infrastructure applications, middleware, database, dataware, SAP bases, all this will be taken care. As I said earlier, infrastructure is considered as the backbone of all the IT services. Yeah. So hope this is clear to you all. Even if you are not aware of each and every service, you should be having a wholesome idea about it. End user compute, as I said earlier, it deals with allocating computers, allocating approved softwares, which of the services can be used by certain people within the organization, all this. As you can see over here, desktop management, IT service desk services, virtual desktop rollout, image management, application packaging. So this deals with which user can use which services, access to them. Okay, so just go through this. And if you are having any doubts, let me know. I will pause here for 1 minute. Network covers the enterprise network compliances and messaging services. And these are the major undertakings in the network segment. So if you're wondering what is SDN, SDN is Software Defined Network. It helps in connectivity between various devices through the help of software, not via actual LAN or Ethernet cables. That is one of the advanced networking concept. All right. Now you can explore the other features. Okay. And these 3 videos as of now, it is not available. So you can head over and see these videos. So here, Unit Spotlight CIS and CIS Services. These 2 videos will give you an overall idea about what is CIS unit. You will hear from some of the persons working in the CIS unit itself. And in the next module, IT skills, you will come to know which all are the IT skills that is still relevant, what you should be learning. All right. So I'll give you a certain amount of time to watch through these videos. It's already 10. You can take your time. 10. Yeah, you can go through the first 2 videos as of now. Unit Spotlight as well as Cloud Infrastructure Services. So I will share you the first course link about CIS.
Our history has been punctuated by waves of change
link to
that help people be more. The first wave was the Industrial Revolution. The second was the Computer Revolution. And the third wave was the Internet Revolution. Today, we stand on the cusp of the fourth wave, the AI revolution, which will amplify human potential like never before.
The fourth wave is seamlessly bringing together the digital and physical world, with the changing driven by purposeful AI. For enterprises looking to go digital, the focus is squarely on customer experience. Vendors like us need to design solutions by bringing together the right applications and infrastructure to power the change. Infosys brings together automation, innovation, and knowledge to power the fourth wave by bringing machine learning and purposeful AI to existing processes and landscapes. We help clients amplify the potential of their business and their people to do more for less.
Our success with automation is evident in our work for a leading automobile manufacturer, whose customers now have the freedom to customize their dream car up to just 3 days before production.
Our cloud migration and automation efforts helped leading energy providers save almost $15 million while ensuring uninterrupted supply to 3.6 million homes.
For a global finance major, we automated human-dependent tasks, enabling easy access to validated data, helping its traders spend more time actually trading with 15% reduced risk.
Today, Infosys is at the forefront of transforming some of the largest global enterprises across industries, helping them stay a step ahead of the changing role of cloud and IT infrastructure. With petabytes of data generated daily, the focus has shifted from data centers to putting data at the center.
Enterprises are making investments across IoT, analytics, blockchain, microservices to make them work seamlessly. Infosys Enterprise Cloud Ecosystem has been incubated to deliver business value to these enterprises and offer services across whole 9 yards of cloud advisory, transformation, operations, and optimization, and maximize these investments.
Innovation at Infosys is driven at 2 levels. First, at the grassroots level with our zero-distance approach, and second, with our breakthrough solution suites. The Infosys IMS suite, along with our workload migration suite, allows enterprises to easily move their workloads to the hybrid cloud and helps them leverage a single dashboard from where they can monitor their operations as well as identify areas for automation across the entire hybrid landscape. When it comes to service transformation for the entire IT operations domain where we have migrated our workloads, ITSM Cafe is our IP with pre-configured ServiceNow solutions that come with 25 plus readily deployable solutions like persona-based portals, service catalogs, executive dashboards, as well as iOS mobile apps to help them navigate and manage the IT ops seamlessly. Infosys cybersecurity operations are delivered from our security operations centers, which provide managed security services through our integrated cyber threat protection platform. This platform offers differentiated solutions in partnership with leading security product vendors, and we provide it in an as-a-service model.
Our confidence in preparing our clients for the world of tomorrow stems from our abilities, capabilities, and experience gained over the years with over 1,000 large transformation projects. Our track record speaks for itself. Infosys brings with it strong partnerships with Microsoft, Amazon Web Services, ServiceNow, Virtuous Stream, VMware, Hitachi, Dell Boomi, MuleSoft, and others. Our tie-ups with niche vendors and investments in startups further ensures our clients have solutions to meet any scenario and fulfill every need.
Infosys nurtures a culture of continuous learning among all employees, with thousands already trained in technologies of the future to ensure we help clients with cutting-edge solutions.
Our positive rankings and analyst reports bears testimony to our ability to execute and deliver.
It's an exciting new world we are living in, where possibilities are limited only by imagination. Our experience with large-scale transformation that starts with infrastructure and the cloud makes Infosys the partner of choice for enterprises looking to ride the fourth wave and to truly amplify human potential with purposeful AI.
Ride the fourth wave with Infosys.
On April 2014, the Infosys Cloud and Infrastructure Services Unit was born. Within a short span of time, CIS crossed several milestones to become one of the fastest growing units at Infosys.
When we look at the market today, this entire infrastructure space has been extremely disrupted by the new age technologies of cloud and cloud technologies. Recognizing that fact, we brought together our offerings under one umbrella called Cloud and Infrastructure Services. We identified 4 key priorities for our service line. Number 1, to build and bring extremely strong expertise in this space to the market. Number 2, our ability to win large deals. Number 3, in creating a partner ecosystem, a partner network that brings extreme differentiation to our service line. And number 4, to be highly recognized by the analysts in the marketplace, in the industry.
CIS has been working with around 280 active clients who are world leaders in banking and financial services, insurance, retail, manufacturing, mining, and education. A team of over 16,700 employees work tirelessly to ensure that world-class services are delivered to our clients.
So if you look at infra services today, I think we are going through the most exciting times. One is the consumption patterns which have changed significantly, and you are looking at things like the cloud adoption and the hybrid IT infrastructure management around that. And again, we are making significant investments in our tool story. The second big trend which everybody talks about today is automation. Along with Infilabs, we are doing a lot of good work, and in a lot of our engagements today, you would see automation being the key, and that is driving the productivity. Convergence of services, you see things like DevOps coming out, convergence of infrastructure, you see compute and storage network getting converged into one stack.
So as part of our overall hybrid IT tools and platform COE, Center of Excellence, which we have instituted, we are focusing on areas for enabling Infosys to deliver holistic hybrid IT solutions for our clients, providing self-service IT, which is a huge change, autonomic IT through leveraging techniques like artificial intelligence and robotics, end-to-end monitoring and managed services solutions with better service intelligence. So we are leveraging multiple of our partner tools like ServiceNow and Splunk as part of the Infosys managed services platform, as well as providing cloud orchestration, automation, and governance solutions, leveraging our cloud ecosystem hub.
For a large multinational pharmaceutical client, we executed an upgrade program which involved upgrading their BI shared services platform to the new R4.1 platform. And this was the 4th rollout of this nature across the globe. The biggest benefit that this program provided to the client was that the whole data restore, which earlier used to take about 20 days, got reduced to 6 hours.
Enterprise security and risk management focuses on end-to-end security services, which includes consulting services, risk management, identity management, infrastructure and application security, and data security, and security operations and managed services.
As a premium consulting partner of AWS, we have helped many of our marquee clients realize their hybrid cloud strategy. This includes migrating their key complex applications such as SAP, PeopleSoft, and so on to enhance their business agility while also achieving cost optimization.
Microsoft practice at CIS is focused on providing services to our customers around integrated Microsoft technologies. For a large financial services company, we have helped them to migrate over 80,000 desktops across the world and into a newer version of the operating system. We've been able to do this using a factory-based approach.
Training and skill upgradation is a continuous two-way process at CIS. This has enabled the unit to achieve one of the highest employee satisfaction scores in the company.
The vast space, the vast domain of this industry allows you to work on different technologies, platforms. It has a lot of learnings, and for me, the exposure with the clients, keeps me going.
We get regular training in CIS on various technologies like HPPSM, HPNNM, HPOpenView, etc. These trainings are helpful because we are trained on new technologies, so we are able to provide better solutions to the client based on their requirements. Our work has been validated not only by the analyst community and our clients, but also by the numerous awards that we've won.
Our teams work in extremely demanding situations and conditions. We help the clients keep the lights on and creating innovation for people. I think the charter that we set ourselves is really showing results. People are highly motivated, and I'm glad to know that and share with you that we have done fairly well in almost all parameters we set ourselves up for being of the year.
With a dynamic team gearing up towards a future-ready enterprise, the Infosys Cloud and Infrastructure Services Unit is helping clients simplify current infrastructure and evolve it for the next generation digital ecosystem.
CIS, or Cloud Infrastructure Services. What are the types of cloud computing? Infrastructure as a Service, also abbreviated as IaaS, it provides high level of control and flexibility for management of IT resources. It offers access to networking by hosting elements of infrastructure. Software as a Service, also abbreviated as SAS, it is majorly used for web-based applications. It delivers various software applications over internet which are managed by cloud providers, making it easier to access same application on all the different devices. Platform as a Service, also abbreviated as PaaS, which allows the developers to host and develop web applications.
So have you all completed both the videos, CIS? Okay, all right. Yeah, you can take some more time. I'll wait for 5 more minutes then. So seems like all of you would have completed going through the videos. And you had enough understanding about CIS unit, when it started, which all are the activities that are taken care by the CIS unit. Okay, that's fine. So that's it from the introduction about CIS. At later point, we will delve deep into the skills part as well. We will move on to that after covering the ITIL awareness. So I will share the course link with you now. Make sure that you save it. What is ITIL? Why you have to learn it? All this we will cover after the first break. Now it's 10:30. You can take a break and please be back by 10:50 and start going through the course which I have shared now. Of course, we will discuss about ITIL. You don't have to learn everything on your own. We will have a discussion and then I'll give you time. So as of now, take a break. Please be back by 10:50. Thank you. Good morning, all of you, and welcome back to the break. One 27323 I'm not aware. Without seeing the mail, I won't be able to comment about it. I'm sorry. So hope all of you are back. We will resume our session. Let me share the screen. All right. So the next course that the course for you today is actually ITIL awareness. So in this course, what are you going to learn about? Of course, you will learn what is ITIL, why you have to learn it, what is the importance of ITIL, brief history of ITIL, that's it. Pretty simple. So let's start our learning of ITIL. The course link I have already shared with you, so you can note it down. So first question, what is ITIL? The full form of ITIL is Information Technology Infrastructure Library. I'll open the notepad. Hope this is visible. So what's ITIL? ITIL is infrastructure. IT Infrastructure Library. Okay, Information Technology Infrastructure Library. Now, what is it? Is it a software, hardware, process, tool? What it is? So, ITIL is actually a framework. Why? What kind of framework? So, it is a framework for ITSM. What is ITSM? ITSM is IT Service Management. Simple. Now, what is this framework for ITSM? What is this framework for IT Service Management does? So here, this aligns, ITIL aligns the IT service with the business needs. There will be certain business needs, there will be certain IT needs. So aligning both business needs with IT, that is the purpose of using ITIL. And in general, what happens in this framework is, this is actually a set of best practices and techniques which will help in various IT services within a business. You can consider this as a framework, also a set of best practices and techniques. And what is it used for? What best practices and techniques? This ITIL is the set of best practices and techniques which will help you in selecting, planning, delivering, and maintaining IT services, keeping in mind the business needs as well. Yeah, first let me just note down so that you will be having an idea. Okay. See, this document is not going to be sent towards you by a mail and all. I don't have the permission to send any documents to you. The course is available for you to refer. I have already shared the links. Apart from this, the note cannot be shared. If you want, you can note down. And taking pictures and snapshots is not allowed. It includes taking screenshots as well. Once found out, you will be attracting serious disciplinary actions. Not from my side, from the HR. Alright, so I hope now you understood what is ITIL, the full form of ITIL, what is it actually? It is a framework for managing IT services. And it is a set of best practices and techniques which will help you in selecting what IT service that you want. After selecting, how to plan for it, how to deliver it, and after delivering the IT service, how to maintain the IT service. This is in a nutshell what is ITIL does. So by the framework, I mean, this will give you the details about the tools that can be used, processes that can be followed, which all are the various teams involved, the various skill set involved, and so on. Now, the first question, why you need ITIL? Did you get answer for this already? Why ITIL is required and why major companies are following ITIL? To reduce time, yes, that is one of the advantage. The major part we have described over here. This is why we need ITIL. Businesses can collaborate with IT. And with the help of ITIL, quality services can be provided. Yeah, collaboration of the business and the IT is taken care by ITIL. That's why companies are adopting ITIL. And since companies are adopting ITIL, it is important for you to learn at least the basics of ITIL so that once you move into production, you will be familiarized with the terms. You will be having a whole picture about what are you doing. You might be doing just one part of it. But if you have the wholesome picture, then it is good. That's why we have included this course here. So we have covered two questions, why ITIL and what is ITIL. Okay, this is what is ITIL and this is why ITIL is needed. Now, moving on. If the company is adopting ITIL, what all are the benefits or advantages? What do you think? Some of you have already mentioned. So what ITIL in simple terms, if you are still wondering what it is, the people from various IT organizations have come together in the past. They shared what all are the good practices that they are adopting in their own organizations. Okay, and they formulated a set of books describing what all are the good practices that they have formulated in their organization, so that it will help all organizations across the world in delivering quality services within by reducing the cost and faster pace of delivery. All this, it is the set of best practices. All right, so now what might be the benefits? I'll give you a sample scenario to relate with it. Say suppose you started your own restaurant, maybe just a single restaurant near to your home or suburb. Now, when you start the restaurant, you will have to take care of various aspects. First, you would have had a planning, right? You would have planned. Okay, this is the location. So whether to go for rent, whether to purchase, whether to buy the place, renovate, and so on. You would have a definite plan and you would have hired the required team or the people. And finally, assume that you have started this restaurant services. You have hired the people with definite skill set, the chefs, the servers, the people who handles the finance, and so on. Say suppose the restaurant is started. Now what else you will have to take care of this? As an entrepreneur, you just start it and leave it? Or anything else that needs to be taken care in this restaurant? Of course, investment and all is already done. So just by investing, the duties and roles are over. Maintenance, manpower, management, marketing. Yes, there are a lot of activities that are involved. And you will have to ensure that you are providing a good experience to the customers. You will have to ensure that the day-to-day activities are maintained well, apart from good food, of course. That's a no-brainer. You will have to take care of the ambience. If you are delivering an AC service, of course, the AC should be working. There should be sufficient electricity. Right? Now, say suppose there are few customers in your restaurant and unfortunately there is some fire accident takes place in the kitchen. Now, can you collect money from the customers who are already in the restaurant saying that at this time you were present, so you are also responsible? Of course, no. Then that is the last day of your restaurant, right? So there are certain management activities that are required. Yes, you will have to go for insurance. You cannot blame the customers for the mishappenings in your organization. Deliver the quality service, of course. All this comes into picture. Now, this is in the case of an restaurant. You will have to, yeah. And apart from this management, you will have to constantly see whether the services that you're providing, the food is of good quality, there has to be check. You will have to do constant monitoring. Give me a second. Yeah, so there should be constant monitoring is good services are being provided, food is of good quality. There will be health checks as well. And apart from that, you should be giving importance to the customer feedback. There should be ways of collecting customer feedback. Then only you will be able to improve the services that you are providing. Customer feedback plays an important role. And based on the customer feedback, maybe you can change the menu that you are offering in the restaurant. Maybe you can increase or decrease the quality. Of course, quality should be always increased, not decreased. Maybe the price aspect can be changed. The portions that you are providing can be changed. The ambience can be changed. A lot of factors can be improvised based on the feedback. Right. So what we have explained here is the scenario of a restaurant. Now, assume that you are starting an organization, IT organization. Now, can you think of the planning that is involved? Will it be similar to the restaurant? Of course, there is a lot of planning involved. So overall idea will be same. But if you go in depth, the steps will be a lot more. A lot more planning is required, but yes, planning is required. And then you will have to start it. You will have to manage it constantly. You see based on the feedback with the clients or the end users, how the services are. Yes. So the overall idea, what you have to do will be the same. But in each and every step in the formulation of the IT organization, the detailed processes involved in each of the phase will be different. Now, if you plan to start an IT organization and you don't have any pre-existing knowledge, you are working in some other industry and you have decided to start an IT organization. Of course, vision and mission is required. Even if you have the mission and vision, without experience, if you want to start an organization, there are high chances that it may not succeed well. Or even if it succeeds, you may not be getting the benefits compared to other people who have started at a similar point of time. So this is where, say suppose if you have decided to start an IT organization like this, say suppose you have certain guidelines that is available to you. So you can refer to this guideline. Will it be simplifying our task? Say suppose there are people across the world who have shared the best practices. So this is the first step that you have to follow. In the first step planning, you follow this. Once you started this, these are the required skill set that are required. Maybe you can use certain kinds of tools. I'm not gonna tell you will have to use the exact tool, but I'll tell you for the tools that you'll have to look for in this stage and how you can get the feedback. So if there are a set of best practices that are available to you, maybe in the form of books, PDFs or audio, it is definitely gonna help you. Sometimes you watch for certain videos for people attending certain interviews. That will also be useful to you, right? So that is the importance of ITIL. So ITIL is formulated by the experience of various people across the world. They sharing their best practices. and a definite amount of information has been gathered, which can be used by everyone across the world. That is ITIL. So now you understood what is ITIL. I hope you have an overall idea about ITIL now. Cool. Now, if such kind of information is available, what do you think the benefits? So if the relevant information is already shared regarding the IT service management best practices, of course, you will be able to provide high quality services. So high quality of services or high quality of IT services. And if you are providing high quality services, the customer satisfaction will be good. More clients, yes. So I'll just note it down as greater customer satisfaction. And efficiency increases, of course. So based on that, the monetary benefit is more. Since you already know the best practices, you won't be wasting money in irrelevant activities in order to build up an organization like this. So of course, it will reduce the cost. So lower costs. And have you heard of something known as ROI? ROI is a return on investment. If you invest, you of course expect there should be a return. For example, if you invest your time on this foundation program training, do you expect any return? Yes. If you are investing your time, energy in learning properly, of course the return can be the good scores apart from knowledge. Yes, knowledge and good scores. And based on the good scores, you will be getting good salary. You will be getting an employment opportunity. Yes. Similarly, in case of IT organization, when there is investment, there should be returns. And when you are following these best practices, there will be improved amount of ROI. So improved ROI or better return of investment. And since you already have this best practices and techniques, you will be having a better knowledge of how to use the resources efficiently. The resources can be human resources as well as the technical resources. How to hire people of required skill set, how to improvise their knowledge, how can you better provide good quality services. So we can just mark it as improvised or improved resource utilization. And overall, if you reduce the cost, if you provide good quality services and on the improved resource utilization, you will be able to see an increase in the business productivity. Yeah. So I have listed out very few benefits. Of course, there are further benefits to it. Now we will head over to the history. This is also an interesting one. So when you when you try to understand the history of the ITIL, there are various versions of ITIL has been evolved. The first version is the ITIL version V1, which was developed in the year. Do you remember the year? I had already mentioned it previously. Maybe you would have noticed, maybe you wouldn't have. All right, it is not 2014, it is not in the 20s. It is in the year 1989 that the first version of ITIL came into existence. I'll just mark it here. The first version is V1, which came out in the year 1989. So what was the purpose of this ITIL V1 was? It was used to create a standardized way of IT service management. Like if they follow this ITIL version V1, the organization will be able to create a standardized IT service management, at least the minimum amount of services that the customers can expect. Yeah. To standardize IT service management. And then the second version of ITIL came in the year, of course, in the 20s, early 20s, 2001. So there should be some difference between V1 and V2. And what is it? So first, a standardized IT service management was the focus. And in version 2, the focus was shifted to how to create a uniform structure. How can you create a uniform structure for the service delivery or IT service delivery? So the first focus was standardizing the IT service management, and the second focus was to create a uniform structure for providing the service delivery. And then version 3 came. Version 3 was introduced in the year 2007, and there was an upgradation also. It was a not new completely version. Certain aspects of V3 was upgraded. This upgradation happened in the year 2011. So what was the feature of V3? So in V3, first version, they introduced something known as a feedback loop. I hope all of you have heard of this feedback loop. What is feedback loop? Some of you have heard, some of you haven't. Feedback loop as in, see, if these processes are going on one to one step after the next step and so on, right? Planning, starting, management, monitoring, and say suppose you receive the feedback. Based on that, you again start all of these processes, at least certain stages of all this process. Based on feedback, you improvise your organization structure. That is feedback loop. So this concept was introduced in ITIL version V3. And there was this upgradation also in the year 2011. So here, no more new features are introduced. But what happened in this new version is, in the upgradation of V3 was, whatever was the processes explained in ITIL V3, more clarity was given to all of these details and data that has been delivered in ITIL V3. So, give or provided more clarity on the processes explained in ITIL V3. And most of the companies are still following V3. So we will learn a little bit more detail about V3 soon. And after V3, the newest version is V4, ITIL V4. This was introduced in the year 2019. So here the approach was a little bit changed from the previous version. Here in the advanced version V4, a flexible and integrated system for management of the IT services was introduced. So for providing the IT services, allowing certain flexible changes are required. And since most of the services do follow microservices approach, you may not be developing a whole system together. You will be building certain parts and then integrating it together. So more focus was given to this flexible and integrated system of IT service delivery in the ITIL version V4. So are you all with me till this? Understood so far? All right. Now, as I said, we will be having more focus on ITIL V3. Now, in case of ITIL, we will learn about the ITIL service life cycle. So there are 5 major sections of the ITIL's life cycle, similar to this plan, start and all. We'll just formalize it. Yeah, so we'll learn about the 5 major sections that are involved in the ITIL life cycle. The first phase in ITIL life cycle is known as service strategy. So what will be this service strategy? Service strategy is actually the process of understanding the client requirements. What is the requirement? Based on that, certain planning is involved. So plan is what happens in the first phase. Yeah, so simply we can just mark it as planning phase. Say suppose you did enough planning by involving various teams. The second stage is known as service design. So service design is also known as the create or creation phase. So what will happen in the service design phase? Yeah, blueprint. Blueprint or what is actually going to be developed, you will be getting that kind of information. So service design will focus on creation of the IT service design in an efficient and effective manner. And say suppose you have this blueprint design of what is going to be built. The next phase is known as service transition. So it is in this phase that the building, testing, and deployment of the services to the customer environment happen in place. So it is in the service transition phase that now you have a blueprint available in the design. Based on that, actual building, coding, testing, all these activities happen in the service transition phase. Yeah, it is the actual implementation part of it. Implementation and delivery of the services as well happen in the service transition phase. And ITL is not restrictive in nature. So the service transition involves the creation of new services and the improvements that are made to already existing services as well happen in this particular phase. So you can consider this service transition phase as the implementation and rollout. The next phase is known as the service strategy design transition operations. What happens in the service operation phases? You have already planned, created, implement, and rolled out. So the services being used by the end users. Now, once you build an application provided to customers, your role is done? Of course, no. There has to be proper maintenance and support. If there are any issues, that has to be resolved. Deployment also happens in the service transition phase. It is already implemented, rolled out, deployed, everything. So in the service operation phase, since the application is already live, application or the service is already live, this has to be constantly monitored, maintained, and there has to be support also provided. So that in case of any issues that has to be resolved, the application should be accessible for the customer. So we can consider the service operation phase as the constant maintenance and support phase. The last phase is known as CSI or Continual Service Improvement. Continual, in some documentation you will see continual, some documentations you will see continuous. Both are having same meaning. CSI or Continual Service Improvement. So what will be this phase? You will be able to understand it from the name itself. What will happen in this phase of ITL life cycle? Polishing. Okay. Polishing, updating. So it is in this phase, CSI, that the scope for improvement is being taken care. So based on the feedbacks or various criteria, the improvement scope will be identified and the improvements will be made. That is continual service improvement, and it is a continuous process. How can we improve the services that we can provide? That happens in this phase, improvising the services. So these are the 5 major sections or the ITL life cycle stages. Based on feedback, making changes. Yes, that's right. And usually, the CSI follows a 7-step improvement process. I'll just give you an outline of this 7-step model. First, you will identify what is the strategy for improvement. Second, you will define what are you going to measure. How can you measure the improvement? Based on what metric you will be measuring. Is it the reduced number of customer call? Is it improvised speed? Less number of service outages? So you'll define what are you going to measure by doing this improvement. That is the second step. Third step, you will collect the required information. Fourth step, you will process the information. Fifth step, you will analyze the information based on your requirements. And the sixth step is you will present this gathered information in a visually appealing way so that all the stakeholders who are involved in various stages of the service and the application development are informed about this. And once you get the approval, the seventh step is implementing those improvements. This is the 7-step model that is available in CSI model. In this course, we are discussing not the 7-step model. We are giving you, for the easiness to understand, we are just telling you a 4-step model, which comprises, if you dig deep, you will see that it is actually this 7-step model. You will be seeing PDCA cycle. Plan, do, check, act. You will see that in the course already. I have already explained the 7-step model. Now, this is the 5 major sections or the life cycle phases. Now, how do you actually implement it? In each and every stage, there will be a lot of teams involved, people involved, and the collaboration between various teams involved in each and every life cycle stages. So that is what you are gonna learn. Okay. I'll just note down the 7-step process for your reference. So continuous service improvement, 7 steps. So first step, as I've explained already, identify the strategy for improvement. Second step is understand what are you going to measure. What is the metric for measuring the improvement? And the third step is collect the required data for doing this improvement. Of course, you will have to process the data. And fifth step is analyzing the processed data or information. And the sixth step is you will have to present it in a visually appealing way. So you will have to visualize or present the data. And seventh step is after getting all the approvals for this improvement, you will have to implement whatever improvement you have identified in the first place. This is the 7-step process. So hope all of you are clear till this. Yeah. And what do you think the 4 major pillars of ITSM, which is also known as 4 Ps or 4 pillars of ITIL for managing IT services? The 4 major pillars who drive all these ITIL tasks can be classified into 4 Ps. So there should be people which is involved. The people can use certain amount of products to simplify the task, and if they follow certain process, the first process and then move on to the second, and in each process certain activities needs to be completed. So if certain process can be followed, it will definitely gonna improve the quality of services that can be delivered. So that is the third one. And also you don't have to create each and every service or application right from the scratch. If something is already existing, you can try reuse the applications, you can provide improvements, you can collaborate with people. So this collaboration with people or the devices is known as partners. You can collaborate with partners. These are the four important pillars of ITIL. The people with relevant skill set using products and processes to simplify the task and collaborating with partners to deliver high quality services. Now, another important point that you'll have to understand here is, say suppose I think most of you are aware of the food delivery services. Have you used certain food delivery services? Okay. So if you use food delivery services, there are various food delivery services available. Zomato, Swiggy, Domino's, etc. So when you are following such services, food delivery services, you will place the order. Okay. And say suppose they gave you a promise that the food will be delivered in, say, 10 minutes. This is an ideal situation. Okay. Just an imaginary situation. Now assume that you place the order and they have promised that the food will be delivered in 10 minutes. So you are patiently waiting. You have lots of patience. You waited for the whole 10 minutes. Now you started getting hungry. Okay, let's be more realistic. I'll just keep it as 40 minutes. Fine. Now, after the 40 minutes, say after 30 minutes, you started getting hungry, or you were hungry from the beginning itself. Now, say suppose 40 minutes is over. So you thought, okay, there might be certain issues on the way. So you feel for the delivery person and you think, okay, fine, I can wait for some more time. Say suppose you waited for 1 hour and still there is no idea about when are you gonna receive. So what will you do? You will again keep on waiting till you receive it? Or is there any steps that you can take? Cancel, track, complaint or informing the customer care? Yes. Or call the service person, the delivery person. You follow different steps, right? So here, what is it? This is a promise. Most of the times, that is a promise. Right? You can expect the food to be delivered within a max of 40 minutes. And what will happen if you do not get the required service within the agreed time? Then you adopt for reporting, canceling, complaining, refund process, and so on. Right? Now, assume this is in the case of organization. Organization also, associate with partners They do deliver software to other vendors. They get the software from other vendors. Lots of collaboration activities going on, right? And there will be certain agreements. So if you are going to provide a service to the customer and say suppose the service is not accessible, you will try to restore the service as soon as possible. And there are a lot of agreements in place. What should happen if the agreement is violated? How to resolve the issues? So agreements also has a very important place in the IT landscape. So let's see some of the agreements that are in place. So one of the most common agreement that all of you might have heard at some point is known as SLA. Have you heard of SLA? No? Really? You will get to know it soon. Okay? So SLA is service level agreement. So there will be at least two parties involved in an agreement. So SLA is the service level agreement between the service provider and the customer. So on one side, there will be service provider, and the other side you have customer or client. So in this agreement between these two parties, how much ever data can be agreed, they will be agreed. If there is an issue, within what time it has to be resolved, whom to be contacted. If the issue is not resolved, it will be escalated to the higher management. What can be the effective measures to resolve it? All this will be part of SLA. The second type of agreement is known as OLA. It is not what you are thinking of. OLA is operational level agreement. So this also involves two parties. Here, the two parties involved in operational level agreement is internal service provider as well as the service provider. Okay. And the third type of agreement is known as underpinning contract, UC. This is the agreement between the supplier as well as the service provider. Now, I'll give you a quick example of this, similar to what is being discussed in the Lex course itself. Now, as a trainee, have you heard of you would have heard about it from the previous batch owners or so, that if you run into any issues, say the VPN is not accessible, it is not working, that this and all. So you can raise HD request. Have you heard of that within our organization? What is this AHD? AHD is Advanced Help Desk. So you will be raising a ticket. It will be assigned to a person, and in a definitive manner, In the AHD, if you are someone who have already raised an AHD, you will see there is a minimum and maximum time duration provided for resolving the issue. So within that time, if issue is not resolved, it is going to be escalated to the next level of people. The base level is level 1 and it will be escalated to level 2 and then to level 3. It is not just if the issue is not resolved. If the issue cannot be resolved by the first level of people, it will be transferred to people having more specific skill set to solve the problem. That is L2. Yeah. So in this case, if you are someone who is raising the HD request as a trainee, you are the customer. And the service provider will be the team that involves in resolving the issue. Yeah. Next is operational level agreement. Say suppose you are say suppose you are in classroom training and say suppose there is no electricity in the class. So whom will you contact to? Of course, you will be raising an HD request. The CCD team will be the service provider in this case. So what the CCD team will provide? Will the CCD team come and rectify the issue? No. They will be contacting the operations team, the facilities team. It is the facilities team that takes care of the daily activities like the cleanliness, hygiene, taking care of the facilities like electricity, AC, etc. So the service provider being the CCD, they will be contacting the internal service provider, in this case, the facilities team, within the organization. So hope you understood the difference between SLA and OLA. Okay. The last type is underpinning contract. Now, again, say suppose you are facing some network issues. The whole batch is facing network issues when you are on campus. Assume this is a very not probable scenario, but still assume that you are facing, the whole batch is facing internet disconnectivity. So what will happen? Of course, you can raise HD request. So this will be dealt with the CCD. So what CCD will do? If there is a internet connectivity between the organization and the internet service provider, the service provider needs to be contacted. They will have to resolve the issue. So the internet service in this case, internet service provider in this case will be supplier. So the agreement between the external supplier as well as the service provider will be mentioned in underpinning contract. Hope this is clear now, various types of agreement and between which parties. The first one is SLA, service level agreement. It is between service provider and customer. Second one, OLA, operational level agreement. It will be between the internal service provider and the service provider. The third one is underpinning contract. And this will be between the supplier and the service provider. So if you're wondering, I've already explained with an example. So rather than going for multiple example, what I'm going to do is, as you are aware, all these concepts are available in this course itself. So in this course, there is a different example. So the example that is explained in the Lex course is, earlier there was a video conferencing facility available in our organization. And there were certain challenges that were faced, and the CCD team came up with a new idea of enhanced video conferencing facility. So in this course, you will be learning how CCD team, CCD is Computers and Communication Division, and they came up with a solution and which all are these phases that they have followed by following the ITL practices. This is what is being explained. So now I have already given you enough idea about the concept. Now you can go through the course. I've already given you what can you expect from the course. The business scenario, the example of EVC is explained over here. So you can just go through these scenarios on your own. The scenario, challenges, stakeholders. Once you have completed, we will answer this quiz and we will move on to the framework. I have already explained the framework and the service lifecycle. So in the service lifecycle, we will see each of them in a bit detail. Maybe we will cover it after the lunch break. So as of now, I want all of you to go through the introduction and business scenario. All the concepts are explained. Yeah, after business scenario, you can go through ITL framework as well. As I said, all the concepts are already explained, but with different examples. So here, if you go through this, you will get one more example, so you can have a more clear picture. So now the time is 11:53. I'll give you time till 12:30. By 12:30, if you're having any doubts, I'll answer them and we will answer the quizzes also together. These courses will be available in your systems too. Yeah, access the Lex course in your system. I have already shared the link. If you are not having link, just search for ITIL awareness. So I request you to go through introduction module, business scenario and ITL framework. I'll give you time till 12:30, which is more than sufficient time to go through it. So I'll stop sharing the screen. Go through the Lex course, and if you're having any queries, let me know. Thank you.
Recognizing that fact, we brought together our offerings under one umbrella called Cloud Infrastructure Services. We identified to migrate our 80 being the key, and that is.
If you are investing, the first focus was standardizing. The scenario, challenges, stakeholders. Once you have completed, we will answer this quiz and we will move on to the framework. I have already explained the framework and the service lifecycle. So in the service lifecycle, we will see each of them in a bit detail. Maybe we will cover it after the lunch break. So as of now, I want all of you to go through the introduction and business scenario. All the concepts are explained. Yeah, after business scenario, you can go through ITL framework as well. As I said, all the concepts are already explained, but with different examples. So here, if you go through this, you will get one more example, so you can have a more clear picture. So now the time is 11:53. I'll give you time till 12:30. By 12:30, if you're having any doubts, I'll answer them and we will answer the quizzes also together. These courses will be available in your systems too. Yeah, access the Lex course in your system. I have already shared the link. If you are not having link, just search for ITIL awareness. So I request you to go through introduction module, business scenario and ITL framework. I'll give you time till 12:30, which is more than sufficient time to go through it. So I'll stop sharing the screen. So it's already 12:35. I hope all of you would have gone through the concept. Okay. So the video conferencing facility had certain challenges, and in order to address these challenges, enhanced video conferencing EVC was proposed, planned, and then made available for the end users. And these are some of the stakeholders involved. The service provider is CCD, and the supply was from Airtel, and the Cisco devices was being used. And the end users or the customers were the employees within our organization. Yeah, so here the overall course will see the example of how ITIL have helped CCD to implement this enhanced video conferencing service. So we'll answer the first question. The implementation of the global delivery model in Infosys ensured that the employees get connected despite being spread across geographical locations. What do you think are the key requirements for successful implementation of the communication channels? Excellent network connectivity and communication devices, yes. Skilled people to support the communication devices, yes. A well-defined process to handle the communication across employees, all of the above mentioned requirements. So what will be the answer? All. And that's correct. Option D is correct. So let's take it module by module. Introduction and business scenario module is introduced. If you're having any queries, I will pause for 1 minute over here. You can let me know the doubts if at all you have any in the chat window. After 1 minute, we will proceed to the next. Vikrant, I will show you the content on those topics soon. Okay. I'm glad to know that there are no much doubts. Fine. So we'll move on to the next module. That is ITIL framework. So again, ITIL has been introduced over here. And we will answer the first question. Which part of the service lifecycle will involve testing and rollout of the service? Options are given. Option C, yes. We will mark option C. And that's correct. Next, the agreements. We have already discussed 3 types of agreements. Service level agreement, operational level agreement, as well as underpinning contract. Example was also given over here. Hope you have gone through them. The first quiz on agreements. While CCD plans to adopt ITIL framework to enhance the efficacy of its services, state which of the below is true. ITIL framework can be adopted for new services launched by CCD, ITIL framework can be adopted for modified services of CCD. What will be the answer? Both of them, right? So we'll mark option C. Yes, ITIL can be adopted for new as well as modified services, which we had already discussed. Next, P's of ITSM are the pillars of ITSM: people, product, process, and partners. And in the example of this EBC, who will be doing the role of each of them is discussed over here. And service life cycle. There are various stages, 5 stages. Plan for the service. What is this service called in ITIL service life cycle stage? Plan for the service. In case of EBC, plan for the biometric attendance, cost, creating smart card, yes. The plan phase is service strategy. Second, create the service. ITSM is IT service management. Design of the card using biometrics within 2 months. Record the fingerprints of the employees match with their smart card. This is service design phase. Third, rollout of the service. Test the smart card before issuing. After successful test, issue the smart card. The third phase is service transition phase, where rolling out will happen. Fourth step, maintain and support the service. Attendance team will handle issues related to the smart card. This is service operations phase. Fifth one, improve the service. Extend the smart card usage for payment in food court by 2015. Once you come into campus, you will be able to understand what this is. You don't have to carry cash or card. If you have your smart card enabled with the wallet, you just have to tap and pay, which will simplify your usage. So what is the fifth step? CSI, continual service improvement. That's explained over here. Plan for the services, service strategy, creation of new or change to existing service, is service design. Rollout is service transition, maintaining and support, service operation, improving the service over a period of time, continual service improvement. Now we will answer the quiz based on the ITIL service lifecycle. In Infosys, the support and maintenance of video conferencing facility is handled by CCD. Which phase of the service lifecycle handles this task, the support and maintenance? Service operation. Yes, that's right. So hope so far it's clear. The next phase describe each and every phase, which teams and processes are involved in each of the phase. Yeah, there is service strategy, various relevant processes. Next in service design, service transition, service operations. So here we will discuss about these factors also in a little bit detail. And then CSI. So here, as I said, it is not the 7-step process that has been given over here. It is the simplified version, PDCA cycle, plan, do, check, act cycle, given over here. So we'll go through them. And there is a course summary and an appendix. You will be introduced with one more topic known as RACI metrics, RACI. We will see them shortly, maybe after the lunch break. It's already 12:44. Yeah, I know you will be hungry. So you can take a lunch break now, 12:45. So you can take a break and please be back by 2:15. That is the maximum amount of lunch break, 1 hour 30 minutes. Please be back by 2:15. So 2:15 you can take a lunch break. 2:15 you can take a break and please be back by 2:15. That is the maximum amount of lunch break, 1 hour 30 minutes. Please be back by 2:15. So 2:15 you can take a lunch break. 2:15 you can take a break and please be back by 2:15. That is the maximum amount of lunch break, 1 hour 30 minutes. Please be back by 2:15. So from 2:15 till 2:45 or 3 o'clock. Till 3 o'clock, I will give you time to go through this ITL service lifecycle. And we will start the discussion exactly from 3. But make sure that you join on time, 2:15, so that your attendance will be captured. You won't get any leave debited. So join back on time, 2:15. And you can utilize 45 minutes to go through this ITL service lifecycle stages, and then we will discuss exactly at 3 o'clock. The time is fixed. Maximum amount of break is 1 hour 1 hour 30 minutes. So it's 12:45 only. So you'll have to join back on 2:15. So thank you all. Yes, you can leave the meeting. I'll be winding up the meeting now. Thank you all for attending actively. We will see you on 2:15.